the Memorial Arena, play some of this event.
我心如箭，且是风。你也放假了？攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，山河千里，任我行。眼花了吧？料敌机先。哼！一袭万变。哼！尝尝这个。我心如箭，且是锋芒。来去从心，太慢了，要变快了。哼！直播间的朋友们，如果对本期特别节目满意，请点赞。
This is super meta.
苏珊娜，先别管直播了，你快看。
Yeah, fake collab, but you're still gonna have to roll for Archer's light cone, Yannix.
哇，天空，久违的天空。
虽然只是驱散了云津市一隅的雾气，说不上是夺回了能抬眼观日的晴空，但我们也算是初步取得了成功。
无论如何，现下总比整个城市连天淡雾要好得多。想来云津的来往交通也能有所恢复。对了，或许我们可以入手新的食材，再丰富一下菜单品类了。
苏商大人马上就能联想到客人们，这就是食品供给处负责人该有的责任心啊！等等，我好像也有要负责的观众。嘿嘿，直播间的朋友们，快看，在除掉怪树后，云津市的上空变得明亮了许多。好呀，我来看看大家都在留言区说了什么。特派员们好帅气啊！嘿嘿，想知道素商大人的餐馆地址？希儿姐姐别看天了，看看我。还是把目光聚焦到特派员身上吧。无论如何，我和希儿的任务取得了阶段性的进展。
You guys can't see this, hold on.
我们要早点告诉亚尔维特这个消息，在投入到新的信息收集工作前，他也可以短暂的喘一口气了。苏商大人，该轮到你说了。
唉，这雾确实是散了些，但距离拨云见日还差得远。 待我能抬眼观日，得到什么时候呢？不过嘛，失之东隅，收之桑榆。拨云见日是未能实现，但倒拔大树，我看是做成了。你想啊，刚才我们合力铲除的崩坏兽，就是市民口中的奇怪大树。要是棵寻常的树那就罢了，但它可不是一般的树。正是因为它的不同凡响，我才确信，它就是云京市4重试炼倒拔大树之中的那棵树。
我明白了，它足够特殊，这才配得上足够特殊的人间至味。也就是说，4个挑战已完成其一，素商小姐距离人间至味又近一步。
多亏了大家的齐心协力，素商在此谢过。接下来，我们要一鼓作气，乘胜追击，尽快完成剩下3个挑战。好，阿宝，饭要一口一口吃，事要一件一件做，倒是我着急了。不过，你应该也能理解我，那可是真修谱系的不二绝学，你就不想尝尝吗？
我们不能着急，但小小庆祝一下也无妨吧。我有个提议，要不要为本次行动的顺利进行留一张合影呢？正好也得为任务报告做个记录，那就交给你了，苏珊娜。包在我身上，来，一起看镜头。
Coquito, what's up? I misclicked. Almost stopped the YouTube broadcast.
各位观众朋友们，欢迎回到苏莎娜与史丹，我依然是你们的好朋友，没有史丹的苏莎娜。今天是云京逛吃特别节目的第3期，这次要探的店嘛，依然是我们的老朋友，云京市餐饮界冉冉升起的新星，一连数天爆满的潮流好店。让我们来到3号食品供给处。阿宝，你怎么从厨房跑出来了？等，别闹，还在直播呀！苏珊娜，你没事吧？我还好，快看看直播间有没有事。
This is pretty funny.
别担心，直播没有中断。你被阿宝撞到小腿，四脚朝天倒在地上的全过。撸那些做什么呀？又让大家看到我出糗了。对不起，因为你说过，不管发生什么都不能让直播中断，所以我才……但不知道为什么，弹幕和人气都一下子变多了。这又是怎么回事？话说回来，阿宝为什么冲出来了？我刚刚有说错什么话吗？我想，是因为你念错了宣传词吧？你忘记了吗？今天早上，素商小姐刚给这家餐馆改了名字，新的名字就叫……
两位客官，欢迎光临自在堂。
Hmm. I think we ran out of food. Sanadina, what's up? Sanadina, did you end up going back to Overwatch for the Gundam collab? I'm still thinking about it if I want to buy the skins and just have it for the collection. I don't know if I'll go back to Rivals either. Why spend money on Rivals when I could actually just buy comic books? Yeah, but you at least you made it to what, Masters, Grandmasters, and Rivals. Saving for Finon. What about the Fate collab? What about Saba? Saba.
我心如剑，且试锋芒。
Yeah, I'm saving for Cypher too.
收放自如，你也放假了？攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，太慢了，以轻御重，嘿呀！一袭万变，不问晴雨，心无忌。来去从心，要变快了，哼！呵呵。收放自如。
Got trolled a lot. I pulled a Welt in my Anoxipulse, but I pulled Welt early. So it was like, I lost, but I won. Yeah, post them in the, actually, go ahead and post it in chat. I'll go look at it later. Or if you have the timestamp for the first troll, I'll check that out too. It's hard. I'm going through like all my footage from the last couple of years, and it's like there's a lot of throwaway content in my VODs, but it's like it's also memories that I don't know if I'm okay with just like it just disappearing. But with Twitch's upcoming deadline, and I also don't want to keep paying for storage to save these, so like I have to upload them to YouTube, leave them on private or unlisted. And then I have to slowly delete them off of the vault that I'm paying for right now, as well as Twitch's archive. Yeah, that vault was expensive. The first month was like only $50 because I think they hadn't gotten to backing up all the stuff, and maybe they only got through half of it. And then this last month, it was like $100 some. I was like, oh shit, because I had like over 5 TB worth of footage. It's hard letting go of some of those old recordings. It's like I have stuff from like 2017 and stuff, and it's like, well, yeah, it's, 0 views, and it's probably gonna get copyright struck as soon as I upload it to YouTube. It's like, man, those are the memories, right? Wait, isn't that the chibi for Dracula? The Stigmata? Yeah, it is. Made us 50 cents per word. I'll even bring my friends to be fair with me. wish there was a better way to get more ingredients.
嗯，非常抱歉，在美食之上。啊啊！为什么我只能吃这种东西啊？你好，夏。今天的苏莎娜看上去很有活力。
Oh, somebody used my code. Thank goodness somebody used my code. I gotta do MA. I gotta do MA and ER, and then we can play the other games. Right off the bat? Crystals right off the bat? I think I got a 70 crystals one earlier this week, too. Oh my god. 2 70s in the same. Can we go for 3? Is that too greedy of me? Kinda nice. Double 70s. Boy. See if I can make heads or tails out of this. Not this one. This one.
斗心者，与我同行。
限制解除。
呀，用，强，烧死！ 星坠于此，愿你安眠。一切尽在掌中。真有这个必要。星坠于此，愿你安眠。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
交给我吧。
嘿，嘿，来吧！
就哟吼哈，有了，哟，
极寒风暴，
去把他们轻轻敲醒。哦，该动真格了。天地三才，
指令识别，确认执行，最终歼灭程序。
一切尽在掌中。全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙。交给我吧。呀，闪亮登场，星坠于此，愿你安眠。斗行者，与我同行。
限制解除。
就，不似其意，收下吧。闪亮登场，愿你安眠。一切尽在掌中。星坠于此，愿你安眠。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
可不要挡路哦。交给我吧。
嘿，来吧！嘿，嘿，看招！嘿，嘿，嘿，嘿，来吧！嘿，看招！大爷！极寒风暴，
现在交给我吧。天地三才，好，听之，好球！
嘿，嘿。
指令识别，确认执行，最终歼灭程序。
一切尽在掌中，和星星一同，没入被遗忘的世界吧。哼，星坠于此，愿你安眠。哇，交给我，
百发百中！嘿，嗨，这一剑很痛的，
快躲开哦，斗行者！火力全开，星坠于此。
I'm not seeing it with this team. Maybe they can do this because they have the rank ups. I don't know if this is doable if I don't have rank ups, so... I feel like... Oh, wait. Oh, it's with Teresa. Interesting.
啊，该开始今天的。斗行者，与我同行。
限制解除。
这么大，交给我，嘿，收下吧！快躲开哦，星坠于此，愿你安眠。一切尽在掌中。哇，嘿，障碍消除，星坠于此，愿你安眠。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
哦，要开始打地鼠了。交给我，嘿，
嘿，
打不到。
嘿，嘿，来吧！嘿，嘿，看招！嘿，嘿，极寒风暴，
接好了，正义制裁。好，闪亮登场，该动真格了。见过柔大的这种用法。
指令识别，确认执行，最终歼灭程序。
一切尽在掌中，和星星一同，没入被遗忘的世界吧。交给我，弹无虚发。嘿，状态满，
这一剑很痛的，
火力全开
，fire！这里是我的主场。嘿，嘿，好球！
全开，先坠于此。
Okay, I'm not going crazy. I think this definitely requires like S2 or something or double SL. I don't feel like I have the damage to do this strat with just S0.
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从定向完成，搭载武装，自由重构武装，启用手动驾驶。哦，独角猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？哈，逢场作戏。嘘，就是那个幸运儿呀。
乍来若虚，千炼催鸾，力当去尽，手提心智，六合成一，身外无戏，念死无常。生灭有时。
中招
Completely prepared。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
中招小兔。
承让。
我也来掺和坏消息，你该谢幕了。哎，我就这样。从区域警戒，动态狙击。
Completely prepared. Recharge. 1, 2.
Fire。
哦，独角戏结束啦，小心头上。笔者千面，有嘘，就是那个幸运儿呀。
乍身无形，擦！这弟子摆台，全当用极，手随心智。擦！击势破云，坠兔收光，念死无常，生灭有时。
从定向完成，中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
四体齐全，
What do I gotta do to
稀
ignite?
可成兵。
从定向完成，中招小兔，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。哎，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？逢场作戏，嘘，就是那个幸运儿呀。
乍身无形，擦！千炼催鸾，力当去尽，欲在尽先。六合成一，身外无戏。
从定向完成。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
哼，区域警戒，动态狙击。
乍来若虚，擦！破绽百出。
天理之风暴，超越往昔。我也来掺和一下坏消息，你该谢幕了。笔者千面，嘘，就是那个幸运儿呀。
成千事如意，狂风扫叶，应时奋拳。
I didn't realize that she had that many stacks of hypothermia already.
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从定向完成，中招小兔，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。哎，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？笔者千面，嘘，就是那个幸运儿呀。
乍身无形，万气化尘，一身履刃。狂风扫叶，时当时绝。今时往昔，反掌揭破。苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
定向完，区域警戒，动态狙击。弱点确认，我也来掺和一下。
成威德并一。大赛武装，自由开火。
Completely prepared.
极寒风暴，以真理之名，超越我心。
独角戏节逢场作就是我。抱歉。
成千世如意，千炼摧鸾，力道去尽，手随心智，万气化尘，滔滔不断，念死无常，生灭有时。
旭日警戒，动态狙击，能量解线，全领域。我也来掺和二消息，你该谢幕了。嗨，哦，我可没留什么后事。
承让。操！时机已至。
Is it only if you alt QTE that you get ignite? Hold on, I need to read some skill descriptions. Okay, so do I have to, like, weave?
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从定向完成，搭载武装，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。二消息，你该谢幕了。逢场作戏就是我。抱歉。
It didn't register the D-pad press.
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从定向完成，旭日警戒，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。二消息，你该谢幕了。逢场作戏，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。
炸身无形，操！狂风扫叶，应时奋拳，意在尽现。击势破云，坠土收光，金石往昔。 反掌揭破，
搭载武装，自由开火。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
弱点确认，有啊，独角戏结束啦。哎，哎，哎呦，哈哈，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？哎，逢场作戏，走。 你就是那个幸运儿呀！从定向完成，
极寒风暴
Recharge. 1, 2.
，fire！ 炸满若虚，操！一词百骸，全当用极。万气化尘，滔滔不断。
Oh, I don't have green buff anymore. Okay, so I have the weapon active after I switch back in.
稀可成兵。
从定向完成，搭载武装，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。二消息，你该谢幕了。逢场作戏，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。
炸满若虚，操！击势破云，游刃恢恢，破绽百出，千炼摧鸾，无物不破，内外万法。 程子一击，
从定向完成，
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
确认坐标，旭日警戒，动态狙击。啊，独角戏结束啦！猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？来，表演个轰天阵地！哎呀，嗨，哦，啊，下次见了。啊，就这样，笔者千面，游戏。 你就是那个幸运儿呀！
极寒风暴
A 级部署，
你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？
大身无形，千炼摧鸾，理当去尽，手随心智，六合成一，身外无隙。四体齐全，即可成兵。
从定向完成，搭载武装，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。
二消息，你该谢幕了。笔者千面，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。炸身无形，擦，六合成一，时机自体为风，狂风扫叶，时挡时绝。念死无常，生灭有时。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人！从定向完成，中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
哦，独角戏结束啦！来，表演个轰天阵地！哦，啊，哎，哈，呵呵，啊，就这样。我笔者千面，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。
从大战风暴，自由开火。
Completely prepared.
你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？
大武若虚，这狂风扫叶，应时奋拳，擦，六合成一，身外无隙，金石往昔，反掌揭破。二消息，你该谢幕了。
从中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
Completely prepared.
以真理之名，超越往昔。确认激活状态。
I bet because Sparkle's in the team, there's like some crazy alt weaving.
“四体齐全，悉可成兵。”
从定向完成，区域警戒，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。
嘿，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？逢场作戏，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。大武若虚，擦，弟子百骸，全当用极，万气化尘，滔滔不断，金石往昔，反掌揭破。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人！
未尝不可。
从地搭载武装，自由开火。
我也来掺和一下。哎呀！哎，二消息，你该谢幕了。
极寒
逢场作戏，走。嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。炸身无形，弟子百骸，全当用极，手随心智，六合成一，身外无隙，内外万法，成此一击。
从中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
Completely prepared.
你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？
哦，独角猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？
承让。
千炼摧鸾，理当去尽。擦，六合成一，身外无隙，金石往昔，反掌揭破。
I don't know, this feels really convoluted.
齐
Hey,
正
hey,
相生
Farty Avalo.
循
I'm gonna
环
come back
往
to
复
this fight.
诸般变化
I'll take this for now.
为穷尽。
Because Laios was able to get some really high score with this team, but I don't understand it at all. Like, I'm missing something for P2.
该开始今天的工作，该开始该开始今天。
Did you already play MA, Fardiavalo? Do you even have time for MA anymore?
一袭万变。要打，不要紧。竖起耳朵，剑随一动。要变快了，哼！我心如剑，气势锋芒。歪打正着，结束了，撞大运了！小小礼物，不成敬意。记得好评。你在看哪儿？拜年时间到，特赛飞扑。尝尝这个。不问情语，心无忌。溃灭吧！别想逃，打起精神哦！鱼鱼长锤，棒棒棒棒！鱼都显形，冲呀！剑随一动，
到此为止。
一袭万变。
好吧，在随影子陨没之前。
自讨苦吃。太慢了，没吃饭吗？来去从心，有破绽，收放自如。认真听哦，大姨妈干劲十足啊！回头准备好，来大猫一场吧！
Really bad. Okay, I need to... Well, I need to break the shield before.
要打，竖起耳朵，认真听哦，剑随一动。尝尝这个。天涯独步，破万兵。歪打正着，密影奉诏，走你！你在看哪儿？结束了，拜年时间到，特赛飞扑。自讨苦吃。 别想逃，打起精神哦！
溃灭吧！
鱼都显形，冲呀！剑随一动，要变快了！
到此为止。好吧，在随影子陨没之前。
来去从心，太慢了，尝尝这个。收放自如，有破绽。要变快了！ 一袭万变，眼花了吧？来去从心，有破绽。不打紧，收放自如。岂有此理！你也放假了？攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑！不问情语，心无忌。太慢了，料敌机先，
刀锋，
我进恶营。这里是我们的主场。想看舞蛇吗？年糕盛放，搭把手嘛。戏已至此，先谢幕吧。收工。你在看哪儿？拜年时间到，特赛 小臣除秽，正当其时。攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，
不问情语，心无。
Yeah, there's so many cutscenes, but I feel like I actually this is probably one of the most intuitive characters that I've played for me, just figuring out without playing any of the tutorials.
这一趟，本姑娘玩的超级开心。你呢？
Like, this felt way more, like, intuitive of a fight. I can just jump in with no reference and feel like I did okay. Meanwhile, I'm so confused by this fight. Like, I think on this fight, I have P1 on lock. Right? I can end P1 here pretty comfortably.
就是那个幸运儿呀！
乍乃若虚，六合成一，四体为风，狂风扫叶。念死无常，生灭有时。后发仙灵，苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
嘿，从地下玩搭载武装，自由开火。我也来掺和一二消息，你该谢幕了。哈哈，嘿，走你！
So I need to save... So it looks like I need to save my... Sparkle ult for the transition.
完成，搭载武装，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？哎，重定向完成。
What else can I do to activate QTE here? For Fuhua. So I don't have another ignite source, right? Time slowed. Alright, so I have to dodge. Oh. Dodging in Honkai in the year 2025. Oh.
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从定向完成，搭载武装，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。哦，独角猜猜倒下的会是？
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从定向完成，中招小兔，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？
乍身无形，恰，千裂催鸾，力道去尽，意在尽仙，极势破云，坠兔收光，内外万法，乘此一击。这。 四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从定向完成，区域警戒，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。哎，二消息，你该谢幕了。中场做戏，走，就是我。抱歉。哎，来表演个轰天阵地。哈，就这样。
大满若虚，狂风扫叶，应时奋拳，手随心智，极势破云，坠兔收光。四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从定向完成，区域警戒，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？
乍满若虚，恰，狂风扫叶，应时奋拳，六合成一，实体身外无隙，念死无常，生灭有时。
重地搭载武装，我也来掺和一下。二消息，你该谢幕。
Okay, so needing to save that ult really makes it harder.
自由开火，重构武装，启用手动驾驶，能量解线，全领域。哦，独角坏消息，你该谢幕了。大满若虚。
Oh my god, the controller dies. My cable comes loose right as I'm trying to do the thing. That's so annoying.
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从地下完成，区域警戒，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。
四体齐全，稀可成
从
兵。
地下完成，搭载武装，重构武装，启用手动驾驶，检索反应，全数。我也来掺和，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？哎，
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从地下完成，区域警戒，动态狙击，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。
四体齐全，稀可成
从
兵。
地下完搭载武装，自由开火，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。哦，独角猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？
炸身无形，狂风扫叶，应时奋拳，手随心智，六合成一，身外无隙，内外万法，乘此一击。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人！重地中招小兔 ，A 级部署。哼，我也来掺和一下。坏消息，你该谢幕了。工厂做就是我。抱歉。哎，干！下次见了。
Wait, if she ults on herself, she doesn't get ignite ability?
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
从地下完成，区域警戒，动态重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下。
I didn't make a gap for the time fracture, so I have to weapon active first.
稀可成兵。
重搭载武装，自由开火，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？
大身无形，千炼催鸾，理当去尽。击势破云，坠兔收光，内外万法，乘此一击。紧出，
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人！地下完成，区域警戒，动态狙击。我也来掺和坏消息，你该谢幕了。逢场作戏，走马看花，答案已经呼之欲出。嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！
乍满若虚。
从地下完中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
极寒风暴。
哦，独角猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？来，表演个后空天战。
Okay, I think that is the play there, because when we break all the shields, there's no glacial armor. And I guess we just go.
从地下完成，中招小兔。
This is kind of fun to try to figure out.
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
中招小兔 ，A 级部署，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？
乍满若虚。弟子百骸，全当用击。断气化尘，滔滔不断，今时往昔，凡掌皆破。 冰霜的主人，
从地下完成，搭载武装，自由开。我也来掺和坏消息，你该谢幕了。笔者千面，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。
承千世如意。极寒
风暴找小兔 ，A 级部署。
Completely prepared.
以真理之名，超越往昔。啊，独角猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？
炸身无形。四体齐全。
So what if I actually just used Bronya to clear the ice
稀可成
从
冰。
地下完成。
instead of Puhua so that her
四体齐
ice
全。
meter can reset?
稀可成冰
从。中招小兔 ，A 级部署，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？
炸满若虚。擦！千裂摧鸾，力当去尽。手随心智。极势破云，坠兔收光。今时往昔，凡掌皆破。苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
从地下完成，区域警戒，动态狙击。我也来掺和坏消息，你该谢幕了。逢场作戏，走。嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。从地下完成，
Completely prepared.
构建火力联携。能量解线，全领域覆盖。你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？ 独角戏结束啦！
炸身无形，擦！狂风扫叶，应时奋拳。手随心智，极势破云。坠兔收光，今时往昔，凡掌皆破。
从地下中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
Completely prepared.
你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？ 我也来掺和猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？哎，逢场作戏，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。
承千世如意，锦上添花，极寒风极限，内外万法，承此一击。四体齐全，稀可成冰。
重地搭载武装，自由开火，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。
大满若虚。四体齐全，稀可成冰。
从区域警戒，动态狙击，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。啊，独角猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？
炸身无形，擦！这狂风扫叶，应时奋拳。手随心智，六合成一，身外无隙，内外万法，承此一击。苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。未尝不可。
从地下完成，中招小兔 ，A 级部署。我也来掺和一下坏消息，你该谢幕了。逢场作戏，走。嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀。从地下完成。
Completely prepared.
调用后备能源。检索反应，全。你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？
极寒风暴，
独角戏结束啦！
炸满若虚，擦！弟子百骸，全当用极。手随心智，六合成一，身外无隙，念死无常，生灭有时。
旭日警戒，动态狙击。
Completely prepared. Recharge. 1, 2.
Fire！ 我也来掺和一猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？笔者千面，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！
炸身无形，哼，恰，极寒风暴，倒是并没有。千炼催鸾，命当去尽，手随身，意在尽先。四体。
Am I supposed to just stay on HTR for a little bit before I, because I'm missing a buff on Sparkle. I'm missing her weapon buff, because I don't think her weapon's off cooldown yet.
千炼催鸾，力当去尽。恰，六合成一，身外无隙，念死无常。 生灭有时，苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
从地下完成，搭载武装，自由开火，激发保险。啊，独角坏消息，你该谢幕了。笔者千面，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！从地下，中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
Completely prepared.
前所反应，全数集团构建火力联携，以真理之名，超越往昔。我也来掺和一猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？
炸满若虚，弟子百骸，全当用击，实际制。恰，极势破云，坠兔收光。
No, like, it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, I don't understand how I'm supposed to get the shield down in time.
重搭载武装，重构武装，启用手动驾驶，激发保险，立即。我也来掺和坏消息，你该先。
四体齐全。 稀可成冰。
从地下完成，中招小兔 ，A 级部署，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。啊，独角猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？哎呦，逢场作戏，走马看花。
Unless I'm supposed to stay on Kufa here to get.
炸满若虚，狂风扫叶，应时奋拳，极势破云，坠兔收光，内外万法。 承此一击，苏醒吧，冰霜的主人，近在咫尺。
我也来掺和一坏消息，你该谢幕了。哈，旭日警戒。
No, I have to save the ult because if I ult in P1, then it runs out.
四体齐全，稀可成冰。
重搭载武装，自由开火，重构武装。 启用手动驾驶，我也来掺和一下，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？
炸身无形，恰，弟子百骸，全当用击，万气化尘，滔滔不断，今时往昔，凡掌皆破。苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
从地下完成，中招小兔 ，A 级部署。 啊，独角戏结束，坏消息，你该谢幕了。逢场作戏，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！从地下完成。
Completely prepared.
能量解线，全领域复，以真理之名，超越往昔。我也来掺和一下，
炸满若虚。 恰，弟子百骸，全当用击，极势破云，坠兔收光，念死无常。
生灭有时。
虫搭载武装，自由开火。
Completely prepared.
以真理之名，超越往昔。
哦，独角猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？逢场作戏，走马看。嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！
大身无形，擦！破绽百出，一死百骸，极寒风暴，绝力，时机至，念死无常，生灭有时。
Man, that ending is so wacky.
就结果而言，算是毫发无伤。去找下一个。
I feel like I can just get higher playing Siren. Or not even Siren, but with Chrono Navi.
四体齐全，稀可成兵。
虫定向完成，中招小兔，重构武装，启用手动驾驶，开始需要帮助。
乍满若虚，狂风扫叶，应时奋拳，击势破云，坠兔收光。
苏醒吧。
Yeah, like the amount of damage I'm doing now is absurd.
稀可成兵。
虫定向区域警戒，动态狙击，重构武装，启用手动驾驶，开始需要帮助。
乍身无形，狂风扫叶，应时奋拳，击势破云，坠兔收光，今时往昔，反掌揭破。
虫定向完成，苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。中招小兔 ，A 级部署，开始修正误差。A 们，能量抽屏进度。
乍满若虚，
I somehow didn't get any of the rings
四体
to.
齐全，稀可成兵。
虫定向完成，中招小兔，重构武装，启用手动驾驶，开始修正误差。
大身无形，一死百骸，全当用击。擦，六合成一，身外无戏，今时往昔，反掌揭破。
虫定
Completely prepared.
So I think I have
苏醒
to
吧
wait
冰霜
till
的
the
主人
second
确
one.
认坐标，区域警戒，动态狙击。开始需要帮助。A 们，
极寒
中招小兔
风暴，
，A 级部署。
Completely prepared.
你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？开始修正误差。检测到违规行为，请立刻关闭非法软件。
大满若虚，一死百骸，全当用击。擦，六。 念死无常，生灭有时。
Maybe this.
魔法少女西梨，出发！虫定向完，搭载武装，自由开火，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？
Oh, do I have QTE off right now? I think Siren might be QTE off from the last Abyss fight that we did with her. I think for this fight I would want a QTE on just to skip some of the interrupts.
魔法少女西林，出发！从旭日警戒，动态狙击，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。我也来掺和坏消息，你该谢幕了，敌者千面。
But now that I have Siren, I don't have to rely on... Because Siren naturally has...
喂，别躲！你逃不掉了。重定向完成。哼，
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
中招小兔 ，A 级部署。轮到我了。
极寒风暴，
你逃不掉了。哦，五角猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？重定向完成。Completely prepared。你见过星星粉碎的样子吗？看好了。 你逃不掉了。
I'm missing so many buffs.
别乱动啊，笨蛋！走，去那边。
极寒风暴，
I don't know if I could actually make it work with Siren. Siren just feels really slow.
魔法少女西林，出发！重定向完，中招小兔 ，A 级部署，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。哦，五角坏消息，你该谢幕了。
I also get really confused why certain characters make Sparkle like gain less SP per attack.
启用手动驾驶。我也来掺和一下，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？喂，别躲！你逃不掉了。
You guys notice that? Like I just have less SP now.
出发！从旭日警戒，动态狙击，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。我也来掺和一下。坏消息，你该谢幕了。逢场作戏。
Oh, I'm on. That's probably proximity then.
就是那个幸运儿呀！轮到我了。现在。
Maybe I do want QTE off.
你逃不掉了。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人。
喂，别躲！重定向完成，中招小兔 ，A 级部署。
极寒风暴，
以真理之名，超越往昔。哦，五角猜猜，倒下的会是谁呢？敌者千面，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！喂，别躲，看好了！你逃不掉了。 别乱动啊，笨蛋！
I think that's the same score.
很好，多夸夸我，也 也没关系哦。
Exactly the same score.
魔法少女西林，出发！中招小兔 ，A 级部署，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？来，表演个中场做戏。嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！我来吧。现在看好了。你逃不掉了。重定向完成。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人！
搭载武装，自由开火。我来吧。喂，别躲！出发！
极寒风暴！
重地区域警戒，动态狙击。
Completely prepared.
以真理之名，超越往昔。我也来掺和一坏消息，你该谢幕了。逢场作戏，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！我来吧。喂，别躲！你逃不掉了。
Okay, so I needed to not stay on
该好好休息一下了。
Siren. I think I can shave 2 seconds off this way.
魔法少女西林，出发！重搭载武装，自由开火，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？笔者千面，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！我来吧。喂，别躲，看好了。别乱动啊！粉丝。
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人！
重定向完成，中招小兔。
That was a little bit weird.
魔法少女西林，出发！重定向完成，搭载武装，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？魔法少女西林，出发！重搭载武装，自由开火，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。我也来掺和一下，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？笔者千面，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！我来吧。现在看好了。你逃不掉了。重定
Completely prepared.
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人！
确认坐标。我来吧。喂，别躲！重搭载武装，自由开火。
Completely prepared.
极寒风暴！
1, 2.
Fire！ 啊，独角戏结束。坏消息，你该谢幕了。笔者千面，嘘，你就是那个幸运儿呀！我来吧。喂，别躲！你逃不掉了。该好好休息一下了。重地中招小兔 ，A 级，我也来掺和一下。
I don't know how I was missing damage. Did ult run out?
今天真是个好日子。
I mean, we got 1 second more. Oh, we're gonna run out of time. I gotta go do Elysian Realm. One more try.
法少女西林，出发！重装小兔 ，A 级部署，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。坏消息！魔法少女西林，出发！重装小兔 ，A 级部署，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。哎，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？逢场作戏，嘘，哎，就是那个幸运儿呀！我来吧。喂，别躲，看好了！哼，你逃不掉了！
Completely prepared.
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人！
喂，别躲！别乱动啊！粉丝，重装小兔 ，A 级部署，
极寒风暴
Recharge. 1, 2.
fire！ 哦，独角坏消息，你该谢幕了，笔者千面。嘘，哎，就是那个幸运儿呀！我来吧。喂，别躲！哼，你逃不掉了。别乱动啊，粉丝！
Okay. I think if I didn't miss that first ult. Hydrate. All right, I take a swig of my coffee and go get some water. Hey Jay, how's it going, man? Thanks for stopping in. One more try, and then we gotta go do Elysian run.
魔法少女西林，出发！重区域警戒，动态狙击，重构武装，启用手动驾驶。哎，猜猜倒下的会是谁呢？笔者千面。嘘，哎，就是那个幸运儿呀！我来吧。喂，别躲，看好了！哼，你逃不掉了。重地重装
Completely prepared.
苏醒吧，冰霜的主人！
这回无处可逃了吧？
极寒风暴，
自由开火。
Completely prepared. Recharge. 1, 2.
fire！ 我也来掺和坏消息，你该谢幕了，逢场作戏。嘘，哎，就是那个幸运儿呀！我来吧。喂，别躲！哼，你逃不掉了。该好好修剪一下了。哦，独角戏结束啦，下次见了。
I think I'm at my skill cap.
跳舞，所有人都是欢愉的俘虏。
Oh, Lyos has SS1. Well, that makes a difference, I think, right? I don't even think mine's SS1. I think I'm just double S. I think I might have skipped on the last ADV banner for Fuhua. Now it makes me wonder if I should have gone for it. Because I think this is the damage check that enables to push through. Alright, we gotta do Elysian Realm real quick.
来一场华丽的舞会吧！怎么啦？这么出神的忘？我们现在像不像在约会？随风飘扬的裙摆，就好像翅膀一样呢。来一场华丽的舞会吧！很热情呢。嗨，要一起看星星吗？飞向远天吧！要踩好节奏啊！别眨眼了，梦幻的共演啊！小心脚下。这刹那，来一场华丽的舞会吧！在这里啊，好久不见。起来了，来一场华丽的舞会吧！嗨，要一起看星星吗？哇，好高好高，要踩好节奏啊！
既然是真正的我让。
来一场华丽的舞会吧！要不在这里？嗨，要一起看星星吗？飞向远天吧！要踩好节奏啊！哇，
这些刻意。
来一场华丽的舞会吧！嗨，要一起看星星吗？梦幻的共演哦，要踩好节奏哦！别逃开呀，飞向远天吧！小心脚下。
我不想让你走。
Yeah, the amount of buffs that you can get now is so ridiculous.
来一场华丽的舞会吧！在这里啊！嗨，要一起看星星吗？飞向远天吧！小心脚下。哇，好高好高！别逃开呀！梦幻的共演哦！ 由此点亮名为未来的奇迹。抓到你了，别心急嘛。
That was weird. I think I spent all the special finishers before they finished spawning, so they all missed.
你很快就。
来一场华丽的舞会吧！飞嗨，要一起看星星吗？哇，好高好高！要踩好节奏啊！梦幻的共演哦！别心急嘛。
丽丽。
来一场华丽的舞会吧！飞起来喽，在这里啊！嗨，要一起看星星吗？哇，好高好高！要踩好节奏啊！飞向远天吧！小心脚下，别眨眼了。梦幻的共演哦，要踩好节奏啊！ 由此点亮名为未来的奇迹。别心急嘛，抓到你了，射中你的心。别心急嘛，准备好。草地。 来一场华丽的舞会吧！飞起来喽！来一 一场华丽的舞会吧。在这里啊！嗨，要一起看星星吗？飞向远天吧！要踩好节奏啊！呀，梦幻的共演哦！小心脚下，别逃开呀！打不着，哇，好高好高！要踩好节奏啊！愿星空永远如此璀璨。别心急嘛。来一场华丽的舞会吧！
冻结吧！
我盛装打扮的样子，有没有让你心动呀？在这里啊，打不着啊！哎呀，啊，打不着啊！呵呵，
周末
要一起看星星吗？飞向远天吧！要踩好节奏啊！很漂亮吧？哇，好高好高！小心脚下！
天火
梦幻的表演哦！要踩好节奏啊！
Woo Kitten Gaming, welcome.
永远如此璀璨。
We are wrapping up our weeklies.
醒一醒啦，这可不是在做梦啊！
We're only what, like a week and a half into the patch? We're already this far into the battle pass. Man. Like, I'm glad the game is really cozy to play now, but I also feel a little bit like they made it too easy, but not in the way that we wanted it. Ugh. I guess we could do some of these tutorial stages.
我心如剑，且试锋芒。承蒙相助，
一起上吧。
攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑！你在拍我吗？别错过最佳瞬间。茄子。要变快了！哼！收放自如，变花了吧？呀哈呀！太慢了，尝尝这个。来去从心，有扩展，要变快了！哼！自讨苦吃！哼！这一趟，本姑娘玩的超级开心。你呢？剑指万里。没吃饭吗？啊？我心如剑，且试锋芒。山河千里，任我行。承蒙相助，
一起上吧。
这一剑，保你吃不了。兜着走。有扩展，以快制慢。啊！我心如剑，且试锋芒。哼！ 你在拍我吗？别错过最佳瞬间。茄子，收放自如。
快躲开哦，斗心者，与我同行。
限制解除，
我的王牌还没准备好呢。障碍消除，星坠于此，愿你安眠。哼，全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙。所向披靡，星落天元。月光破晓，直贯云霄。
剑指万里，要变快了！哼！天涯独步，破万兵。我心如剑。啊，又到饭点了。咱们仨吃饭去，走喽！我心如剑，且试锋芒，承蒙相助。吃不消了，那再来点。呀，有破绽，一块之慢。天涯独步，破万兵。
一切尽在掌中。哼，全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙。
剑随意动，尝尝这个。
抢我的！哪里跑？一身为惧，穿石破云。
剑指万里，自讨苦吃。
Oh, I see. You're supposed to catch it before
万兵。
the Vita buffs run out.
我心如承蒙相助，攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，眼花了吧？一清玉正，呀！天涯独步，破万兵。
一切尽在掌中。哼，全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙。
剑随意动，尝尝这个。
抢我的！哪里跑？气势如虹，长刃击空。
眼花了吧？要变快了！哼！山河千里，任我行。 拍我吗？别错过最佳瞬间。茄子。
We go take a quick break. John, what time are you
Mic off.
thinking about in now? Do like 11:20 maybe. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna be back after the break. We'll play one of the other games after the break.
Only like light. It wasn't much. You can give me advice on how to draw this robot arm? I'm fucking struggling.
Let's take a look.
It's most of the hand.
So the hand looks good.
That's
I
what
mean,
I'm struggling with.
all right. Here, make another layer for me. That's it.
I'm trying to like.
We need to buy a Cintiq in here for you, so we can just draw right over here. So I probably bring it in. Oh, here. Maybe put it in like some fluorescent color or some shit.
Yeah, I'm having trouble like. I should put the mechanical parts out of the move. You know what I mean?
So a lot of that is like you can kind of conceal it and hide it. So this section here needs to be further back, right? And it doesn't have, but basically you want like further back like this. I'm just use straight lines so you can kind of like you can bend the curve however you want. And that is kind of that from this angle, right?
Yeah, it's that form there.
So yeah, so this you can bring it in some. The rest of it is just going to be hiding it with seam lines, and you can do that by just more contour lines, and you can just basically make the illusion that it's like layered metal that's bent. Is this the character's hand?
Yeah,
It's prosthetic, right? So then the other part is you really want to emphasize the joints. So you want to have more seam lines on the joints, like on the knuckles. So like,
Do you think I do the cylinder? Or do you think I do the bone?
well, this one's not even a cylinder. This is straight up a hinge.
Hinge, yeah.
So in this case, you can see here there's hinges right there.
True.
So you know you can kind of it's round, but it's straight up just like a circle hinge, right? And of course, put it in perspective.
Yeah, cylinders, yeah.
Not cylinders horizontally.
Yeah.
Yes, in that sense, yes. So, but this is the imagination that's hidden beneath the actual finger.
Right.
All right. So this is the engineering cross section, so to speak. But you don't have to show all of it. You can hide it and then just show panel lining on the outside that hints at it. And that's kind of where your shortcut portion is going to be. And then you can see here, there's like a huge round portion that's kind of guiding where this thumb muscle normally would be. And it's taking the place of that thumb muscle. So that's kind of where the only part where you have to deviate from human anatomy and really think about it in the sense that it's a mechanical form.
Right.
And by virtue of that, certain ranges of motions, if you thought about it too hard, you might say like, okay, it's actually going to be limited because it's mechanical rather than an actual organic form. So you can see, you know, just the way, and then there's like a metal plate on the top, so you can layer that on afterwards. I would probably bring the middle finger out a little bit more, because you want the middle finger to feel like it's the longest one, especially at an angle. Not the tip that much. Because well, I guess you're going for foreshortening, but with the foreshortening, you really have to sell it, right? Because right now, it still feels like 4 and 5 are really long, but 1 and 2, it doesn't feel like it's foreshortened enough. And part of it is like with the index finger, it's tricky, right? So one possibility is you could bring in 4 and 5 a little bit and make number 3 feel longer. And then that way when you go back to number 1 as well, again, you don't want to necessarily round it this cleanly. You want a little bit of asymmetry. You want a little bit of you want more mechanical rhythm so that it feels and probably maybe possibly even for the tip have it bending. You need to show more mechanical, more of the flat planes, if that makes sense. Because the tip isn't going to be rounded.
More boxy.
More boxy, yeah. So I would probably say have that first tip bend forward or bend down so that you can see the top of the tip. Because if I do this, right, or to help with it, you can actually twist that first digit a little bit so that you see the side profile a bit.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So like, cause you know, like this, you can see the side of this.
I think it's just like wrapping my head around the actual mechanical.
Well, and what you could do is also like take some photos of your hand.
No, yeah, that's how I referenced it, sure.
But multiple photos so that you're not locked into one that like it felt like a good reference photo, but it ends up being done from above, where
which one doesn't create the shape you want.
Yeah, where it doesn't read as clearly.
Yeah.
Let's see the rest of the robot.
Well, I haven't really drawn the robot. I'm going to draw the
okay.
So for the robot comes last. It's back here. It's in the sketch. You can see like a 3D model farther on.
Oh yeah, so hand poses like this, where it's bending up, what I might recommend is looking at ballet dancers, because ballet dancers are always doing that kind of hand pose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so from this angle, I actually take back what I said about the index finger. I think your 3, 4, and 5, you need to show more of the bottom. Because if you zoom out, your viewing angle is like slightly lower from, yeah.
Hands raised up.
Yeah, hands raised up, so you should show more of the bottom of those digits.
Yeah, that's what she does in the game. She like does this.
Yeah.
And then the robot is like summon, you know. Yeah. I don't know. That's good.
What's her middle line with her spine? This is I would probably rein it in just a little bit, so like bring the entire torso back a little bit so it's not so dramatic. I think that's too sharp of a spinal angle.
Yeah, a little bit more.
So
reduce that.
I would probably just take the entire thing and shift it. So like, let's say her neck line is the pivot point, and your middle line right now is going from here to here, right? I would bring this angle this way. And it could just be simple as like you lasso all this and then just like just rotate it with this as the pivot point. But that way, and then what you can do is add more volume to the shapes if you really still want to drive that feeling of like slightly sexiness. But then you're not at like this crazy angle that your internet critics are gonna be like, oh, her spine, you know.
Like I feel like this went this way or something like that. I don't know. Yeah.
So and what you could also do too is like if you change this angle from where this is now, bring it in a little bit, you can also add more dimension to the waist.
Do you think this needs to swivel, or you think like the hips just need to move this way?
The hips need to move to the left, but in doing so, it's gonna rotate the torso. Not spin the torso visually, just like flat,
like
flat image,
plane,
2D plane. This will swing this way to the left. Yeah.
And then just kind of everything else is gonna shift this way.
Yeah, everything else from this should shift to the left with that neck clavicle is kind of like the pivot point.
Yeah. Anything anything else?
This.
Yeah, I'm struggling on the robot parts, you know what I mean? But I guess it's gonna crosses it away, you know.
I think so. What I would recommend is like taking a scratch page and just draw the robot from different angles, so that you kind of like understand what makes up the individual parts that you need to draw for this.
Yeah. Oh, it's got like a bunch of weird kind of.
So yeah, I would probably break it down. Okay, so I need to understand the chassis, yeah, and then I need to understand left arm because it's different from the right arm, etc. And then definitely the head unit by itself. But then if I'm looking at the robot from a certain angle, then you know certain things like the shoulder is gonna hide certain parts of the other side, etc.
Well, thankfully the arms are mostly cropped down. This arm, you can see some of the shoulder up there. But the other arm, I'm not planning on having it wrap or anything because I feel like
Sure.
kind of like congested, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For the rest of it. So it's kind of hanging out there. In the head, I'm thinking will be like a light source or something. Shining down.
Well, you don't need to make it that strong of a light source. I think that's
Oh
one
yeah,
thing.
secondary. It's mainly
Yeah.
from here.
I think that's kind of like the one of the things that, yeah, don't make it too strong of a light source, I guess.
Yeah, I'll be a secondary light source.
Also, pay attention to the angle of the goggles as that it follows the shape of her head. So scroll up on this reference image. Right. It's actually very further away, but here you can see your angle on this goggle on this side as opposed to the. I feel like the one over here is okay, but yeah, definitely pay attention to the proportion of the goggles. So I think they are a little bit too big, but not in addition to it being too big, I feel like it's rotating to the left too much, but it needs to lay a little bit flatter. I don't know if you
No, I
can
can't
see
see
it.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, it's curving a little bit too strongly, but it kind of, you know, like some of the construction drawings for the human head where it's a little bit more of a flat plane on the front side.
Yeah.
It should kind of follow that flat plane.
So I think like this right here seems to.
So this buckle is where you can kind of see it's bending so much. I think this doesn't need to bend as much. So what you could do is kind of like line. Well, one, you're gonna have to bring in the size of the goggles a bit for both lenses.
Sure.
So shrink it down a little bit, but you can see here, right? It doesn't need to turn that hard.
I think it has to do with this plane right here.
Yeah, that planar shift is
Show you
too
this
much.
way, Yeah.
So what ends up happening, I think this one needs to come forward. They both basically need to be facing forward, but this one's facing out and this one's facing out. So if you can somehow bring them both, line them up a little bit more.
Yeah. I think that's just a perspective from that.
Yeah, that in proportion. So just shrink down and adjust the perspective on a bit.
Alright. Yeah. It's just like the actual goggle foot stuff, and then maybe we can put it through this.
Yeah, I think the back portion is okay. Let me go put on some socks. We can get on out of here. Chat, I'll be back after the break. Is there a way to buff out scratches on clear? Nuvos makes a plastic filler for scratches. They make like a scratch repair, and that's basically one of the ways to buff it out. Or Novus. I don't know if they sell it overseas though, Friday of Olive. But Novus makes a few. That's the one that you'll find at most hobby shops. The Novus brand stuff.
snap, you know what I mean? I put the pile of soy sauce in. I just heard snap. I was like, oh shit. I was in the middle of helping a customer too. Oh yeah, Savannah came back to the store. She was in there for a while. Remember Savannah?
Yeah. But she was shopping, right?
Yeah, she was shopping with the kid, I think. She
Yeah.
mentioned, she asked me if Kai was back. I was like, no. Open stuff, like Kai's coming back. Maybe they text each other or something.
Yeah. I saw Ayana the other day.
I saw Ayana a few weeks ago, I think, yeah.
Yeah, she was in here like this week with her mom shopping. And, Okay, chat, I'm back. Hang on. Yeah, so yeah, I would probably recommend the Nova stuff. Especially if it's just fine scratches. Was it for like a clear kit? And then, oh yeah, before we switch out of the Honkai category, um, I need to unbox this Fuhua figurine. You guys want to do a little unboxing? Hold on. Let me first of all take off break text and into connected. Should still be. I gotta get a new USB cable for the controllers, or switch to just USB 3 and switch to the PS5 controller. I feel like every time I've swapped back to PS4 controller since moving to the downstairs setup, like the cable just has so many issues. Mm. Okay, here we go. All right. Mm. Box is a little dented, so I am a little bit worried. They ship it in the original material, but they cover up the branding logo stuff when they ship it because I guess they're afraid of people tampering with it based on the company logo. Super buy and their orange packaging tape. Oh, okay, good. The dented portion didn't damage the actual box itself. Oh boy. We're in the clear, I think. So this is basically like the Miethos equivalent of a pop-up parade. Our darling put it together. We might as well, since we're here. There's an assembly manual. And all it is telling you, hey, stick it into the base. Well, of course. Well, of course. Would you do it any other way? I mean, ugh. This box is really nice. Gonna join my other pop-up parade boxes. You know, this is actually the first time I actually took one out, because I don't think I've ever taken the Kiana one out. The symphonic one, the symphonic Kiana, that one's still in the box in the other room. And then the wedding Fuhua figure and my HOF, they're still in their boxes too. Because I remember, I think at that time I was mad at mihoyo for something. Why I didn't pre-order the Elysia figure. And now I kind of regret not pre-ordering the Elysia figure. A little bit of buyer's remorse on that one. Because now if I wanted an Elysia figure, it's like $300 some. Big oof. My hands are a little greasy. Hang on, I'll go wash my hands. Very nice. They actually do have the other eye painted and whatnot. So, very, very nice. Oh my god, the level of detail. The hairpin is bending a little bit from sitting in the case, but oh my gosh, this is just super nice. Yeah, overall, it reminds me of like a pop-up parade style figurine. Yeah, they put extra little foam pads. So like yeah, and there's like that plasticky. Okay, hang on, let me put her back in here for a little bit. But yeah, I guess it makes sense because there's a lot of oh, what is this? There's like some some release grease in here or something. Okay, I think it. I wonder if there was like certain parts that meant to be painted and weren't on the white fabric. Or because there's like a lot of cloud designs and I feel like they were supposed to be golden in the and then I have a smudge here. Wonder if I took an eraser to that smudge, if that smudge comes out. Sort of, but not really. Oh boy. Oh well, I'll have to figure something out. I might have to paint over it or something. Erase was kind of working. Hold on. That's a weird little blemish. Kronos. It's weird. I unboxed this one before I unboxed the wedding one. Cerulean Court. Shit. She okay? She's okay. She fell backwards, but she's okay. Oh my god, she's okay. Okay, so the key doesn't actually line up that well, which is why it's a little bit of a struggle getting it to go together. Yeah, that's why some of the Gundam figurized model kits, they have to be like only one part is made in China. Everything else is made in Japan. And then they're able to get around tariffs that way. But also tariffs only apply once you exceed a certain dollar value. I didn't have to pay tariffs. I didn't have to pay tax on this one at all. Just shipping. Because the declared value on this figure was like $30. But yeah, for $30, this Fuqua figure is quite nice. But what I might do, because I wanted to get the Summer Elysia and the Summer Pardo one from this same line. So what I might do on that is I might order it from Otaku Mode because I still have points. Threshold has been set at $800. Yeah, so like, I think the problem with the figures isn't so much that it's shipping and tariffs. It's just the fact that if the box is too big, it's just shipping. It's just shipping alone. But some of the shipping services don't want to mess with anything related to tariffs because they're not sure if they're going to get hit or not, even if the declared value is less than that. So, but, you know, my declared value was so low on this. But the problem is if it's a really big box, you're just going to get hit by a stupid amount of shipping fees anyways, because big boxes are they just cost more to ship. That's kind of the biggest problem in a lot of cases. But yeah, I want to pre-order the Summer Elysia and Summer Pardo. And I'm surprised they haven't sold out yet. So if I go to Otaku Mode, cart. They're still available for pre-order. And man, I thought about pre-ordering the Blue Archive Bunny Girl 1/7 scale. I might have to pass up on that one. I might have to pass up on the Chun-Li perching figure with the ginormous thunder thighs. Look at this one, man. Look at the thighs on this one. I'm not even that big on Street Fighter, but look at the thighs on this one. Oops. I posted it in the Twitch chat. Look at the thighs on that one, guys. Like, sheesh. And then there's Luminasta. Sega has the Asuka summer dress version too, which is they changed the hand pose a little bit, and then they put a sunflower base on it. But overall, it was a very cheap feeling figure when I got the original one in. So this is the one that's also available, but it's like I'm hesitant to do this because I've already been spending a lot of money recently, and I don't want to spend that much right now. Although in terms of like figures go, this is probably pretty decent for what it's worth. But yeah, I think I'll get the Elysia and Pardo summer ones. That Pardo one though, it's like it's all on the foot key. That makes me a little bit nervous. I wish they didn't design it that way. Ho ho ho. Let's see here. Can I put all my points on it? Yeah, shipping for these two are so rough. It's almost like 40 bucks to ship now. I saved $72 using points and the premium discount, but then shipping I'm still getting roasted. But if I don't use the points, I'm just below the free shipping. Gosh darn it. That's the one thing I get so annoyed with. Hold on. Yeah, I think because even if they get shipped from Japan, I don't get free shipping on those. I can get free shipping on the Toki figure. But not on the... Gosh darn it. Can't win, man. Yeah, just make sure you ping me when they release the Moika figure. I'll just have to go into debt for that one. So hold on, let me actually check. What did they do differently? Because there's like certain lines that are just not painted. And now I kind of want to like manually paint them in.
要执行新任务，
我准备好了，随时可以出发。
Oh my god, what if I had to manually panel line it? So some of the cloud patterns are not there. I think so. It's some of the cloud patterns aren't there. But this layer, they have it embossed, but they don't actually have it. And so this stuff is not on there. I'm wondering if I should even make an attempt to try to manually paint that on. Looks like the cloud texture on the front is like printed on. And this is raised relief, but not actually. I don't know. Part of me doesn't want to mess with it, because then I'd be risking messing it up. Of course, they couldn't really replicate the translucent bit. They had to simplify parts of the design for this, I think. Right? Because would you imagine having to actually do this as like a full painted figure? With everything, that would probably be way too expensive. I feel like they got most of the important details right. Oh, but this part, on the clavicle, these two parts, it's a solid black piece here. So not 100%, but yeah, they had to skirt a little bit around certain design aspects. Maybe just take a brush pen and like hand ink some of the ink bits. How about that? All right, another box for the stockpile of boxes. Here, let me take a screenshot. This one. I need better lighting. And then white balance. It's a little bit blown out. Yeah, there's this feeling like it's missing some textures, but I can't really complain because I know they were more or less like forced to cut some corners with it. don't know why, but like when I shoot the shot, it's like film grainy. But I don't remember there being a filter turned on in the pro mode. Oh, here we go. Had it. Yeah, here we go. I'm not sold on this. I feel like after the update, my camera has gotten worse. Oh, Eru has a new painting, very 80s style. This shit looks so good. You guys see this? Holy crap. Very good painting. Alright, let me. Oops. Okay. Let's see here. Alright. Let's go play some HSR, guys. Oh man, and then I'll think about it, man. I gotta think about it. The Elysia and Pardo. I feel like if I order through Tom, both of those might just never arrive for like a month and a half. But what choice do I have? I also don't want to pay like $60 for shipping for both of them. Anyways, thanks for hanging out for the unboxing of the Fuhua figure. Here you go. Star Rail. I'm running out of space in my tables. I'm running out of space in general. Oh, hold on. I have to go get my other thing of food. 'Cause I'm hungry. Already midnight. You guys ready for some seal slammers? Oh, give me 1 second, guys. Or it's squeaking. I don't know what to do. Alright, I'm just gonna have to stop the dryer and then... That's gonna be annoying. That means I have to hand dry everything. Always something. Always something. Alright, let's go. This is a very crazy match. Wow, double smash. Ho ho ho. Don't try to fool me. I've got anti-fraud software. Wow. That went so fast. Eel slammers. Hold on. Action 2. Oh. Should be changed pose. Now there's a camera. Dramatic effect. Save this one too. Wait, they don't let you zoom in on this one? Oh, we gotta do... We gotta do, we gotta do Divergent Universe.
世间种种，过眼云烟。
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
世间种种，过眼云烟。水面下，便是无尽深渊。
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
在此起舞吧，同心一意，去污除秽，厄运之事，
引渡徘徊，
奉行。凤翔之争，
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。生灵俱灭，
离散。
世间种种，过眼云烟。
厄运之事，
就是这样。
水面下，便是无尽深渊。
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。流淌吧，过往的刀光。
世间种种，过眼云烟。
就是这样。
水面下，便是无尽深渊。
在此起舞吧，
就是这样。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
有福同享，身心清净，
就是这样。
凤翔之争，离散。
就是这样。
厄运之事，
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。引渡徘徊， 是无尽深渊，我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
世间种种，过眼云烟。
与此为惧，你我都无法反悔。与此为惧，你我都无法反悔。
身心清净，
生命剧烈，
还想继续自讨苦吃？
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
世间种种，过眼云烟。
Oh man.
与此为
Hope this doesn't end up taking so long. Nightfall, oh no!
厄运之事，水面
We're nerfed.
便是无尽深渊。
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
原是10年的坏孩子。去污除善，
水面下便是无尽深渊。世间种种，过眼云烟。
与此为惧，你我都无法反悔。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
These are so weird. Oh. I wish there was a way you could sell stuff. Because this looks really good. Oh, I should have went to this store first to get the price of peace. Hey, Neffer, how's it going? Not ready for work tomorrow? Me neither. Me neither, to be honest. I got all my stuff done on Honkai 3rd. I think it's still a little bit fun trying to figure out my own way through MA without, like, trying to go for score cap. Do you know for the Argent Knight Artemis, does score cap require certain ranks? Like, you need S2 on 2 of the characters or something like that? I tried Lyoz's strat, and then I realized that Lyoz has SS1 Fuhua, so I couldn't replicate it one for one. And in the end, I just ended up playing Siren, because it was really annoying trying to figure out igniting using only Sparkle to ignite the ice. So I said, screw it. I felt like, Lantern Fight with just S0 characters was actually pretty fun. Like, it felt straightforward enough that I didn't find it annoying to play.
世间种种，过眼云烟。
以此为据，你我都无法反悔。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
说到做到，身心清净。
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
还想继续自讨苦吃，必将承受代价。不错嘛，巨屋除瘁，世间种种，过眼云烟。
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
Am I caught? Yeah, I am caught up. I thought the Castaresis was really they did a really good job making her story like feel very tragic. From the first cutscene to the picture that you get from Trian, oh my god, just gut punch after gut punch. Yeah, very high 3 style. And then were you there when I got to the end? They make you do the Tesla Zero walk. You're walking from the Netherrealm, doing the Tesla Zero walk, and it's like, don't look back. Don't look back. Yeah, high 3 is just interns. Well, at least the interns made a fun, like, side event this time. At least the side event is fun, but like I don't know. I think it's so many different factors, right? One, the game is really old. Two, the main story that people cared about was done. So what's this all about, like, moving to 9 or 10-week patches? I thought we were only gonna do 8-week patches.
种种，过眼云烟。不祥之兆，谁是食言的怪物？
我为逝者哀哭，沐浴终将落下。
Well, I mean, in a way, it always was that, but I think part of the problem now, too, is at least in the old days, they were limited by resources, so they recycled a lot of assets really creatively. And now they're not limited by that anymore, so they go all out in ways they don't have to. But it feels so excessive every way.
又有时间，恶念之事，
And I feel like if the pacing for the part 2 story wasn't so awkward and the writing wasn't so weird, I feel like they could have gotten by with it, you know? I think they could have made it work.
世间种种，过眼
But that coupled by the fact that like you have all these old existing game modes that were designed around old battle suits, that the new battle suits just completely like invalidate. Like, what are we playing for right now, you know? What are we even playing for right now? It just doesn't feel meaningful. Think it got better after Coralie died? I feel like Coralie dying was such a really bad condition for the story to get better. Because Coralie was actually one of the more entertaining characters. Yeah, surely Coralie will be brought back. But I feel like that's such a bad trope to rely on, right? Like, oh, death of a friend is what's gonna drive me to go get better. I think my biggest struggle is, like, I feel like right now, I didn't have much motivation to play last patch's story, so I'm a little bit behind. I felt like the last chapter, not the last patch's chapter, but the chapter before that with Helia, I felt like when we went into that underground basement, that was a little bit interesting, right? Because it was like, okay, we got a little bit of platforming and action. Platforming, puzzling, and I thought that was a little bit refreshing. It gave me like the old, it gave me some kind of nostalgia for some earlier version of Honkai 3rd. A little bit of that open world, kind of like APHO2. Yeah, I felt like the parallel world Helia just out of the blue was kind of like a cursed monkey paw version of a Deus Ex Machina. And I really wish they just gave her like a proper power up rather than having to go this convoluted route. I don't even have many follow-up attackers in this team. Wonder if I can even do anything without Acheron here. Mono Pyro, let's go.
前方危险！飞银扑，矢志一线，燃烧殆尽。
目标出现，各
前
位闪现。
尘旧梦，在此起舞吧！为生而战，逃不掉。如今我不会手下留情。红心一日，腥膻恶臭精灵然，世间种种，过眼云烟。哼，战斗是一场设计。
我想，人类从不掩饰满腹心中的欲望，也包括我。
逃不掉。我会为自己夺得胜利，点燃星海。逃不掉。无私。这不只是一场战役，为生而战。让妾身来正本清源。
仔细的修理修理。
火影四贤比旧外点燃星海。不知我们见过吗？梦醒，
战斗是一场设计。我想，人类从不掩饰满腹心中的
I feel like this might take a while.
巨巫除圣，世间种种，过眼云烟。逃不掉。哼，有福同享。在此起舞吧！逃不掉。
进攻！
离散。
I should have just brought Acheron.
燃烧殆尽。
Can I change lineup?
炉香远乎，微气尚浅。来取了。
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
在此起舞吧！
But
红心
my concern now though is like story aside,
水面下，
the game's other game modes don't feel rewarding, right? Like
过眼云
it just feels like more treadmill content.
暮雨终究落下。
Like I stopped playing Nirvana because it stopped being fun. And, you know, extra sweating just you know, okay, I'm sweating extra for however many extra crystals, but at a certain point, you know, that reward didn't feel like it justified the amount of time spent. MA is not getting any updates anytime soon. And it just feels like the only thing that they can really do is just ease our pain rather than innovate anything new that's actually interesting to play. Now, granted, this is just a symptom of the game, you know, being old, is that you have different versions of the game that people fell in love with, and now everybody wants it a little bit different, right? I want more relaxing content, but having some level of competitive is what made the game really fun to begin with. And even in Red Lotus, you know, like, yeah, I want to sweat a little bit just to see if I can figure out a way to beat the guy who's #1 in the lobby. So, yeah, I don't know, it's hard. Yeah, I feel like right now the only things that can be more QOL is just like more automating the stuff that we used to do all the time, like. Well, I feel like they were milking us even since the, you know, end of 2022, beginning of 2023, when a lot of the storylines are already kind of converging. But it's so weird how, like, Part 2 makes even Part 1.5 feel like such a much better version of the game. And Part 1.5, I felt like, was such a slog to play through story-wise. But at least the characters were interesting enough gameplay-wise, you know? Except for Hersher of Rebirth. I think Hersher of Rebirth could have been way better. And that's just unfortunate that, you know, Hersher of Rebirth released in the way that it did. I think I actually need to put Gepard in the party. Yeah, it's button spam. It's weapon. It's weapon button spam. Like, it's weird. Yes, I think Part 1.5 was very much like, alright, we're trying to milk, you know? I feel like Nefer, that point about it feels like they're trying to milk is a little bit of, you know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Because I definitely feel like there were moments in, you know, even 2021, 2022, that it definitely felt that way, right? Like, they kept escalating elves, right? There was like an elves arms race that just kept escalating. The way they changed spending events over time, or the way they changed the farmable or the free S rank over time. The way they did, you know, the Shixel Arsenal banners. And so I feel like that part with the monetization being very aggressive has always been there, but it just comes in waves and in cycles. Remember when like the Silverwing banner, right? People were so mixed feelings about it because it was right before spending event. And we were like, damn, they're really trying to milk us right now. But yeah, I think yeah, it's been there before part 2, but I feel like right now I agree in that sense that, you know, it really does feel like they're pulling back a lot of the effort and the resources, and it is really just feeling like it's in maintenance mode. Now, as far as button spam goes, I think there is still a lot of nuance, but like the sooner we become detached from wanting to learn the character, the less we're gonna expose ourselves to that level of nuance. I think Thelema is a great example, right? Thelema does have some level of like ideal input for her basic sequence. You know, like weapon, or basic tap, hold tap, and then weapon, whatever. I wouldn't say she's the only technical one, because even Lantern, her like regular is really just basic spam. You still have to sequence it in a way that you have to account for your shadow so that you can do 2 ults in the same burst, right? So it's not entirely without some level of nuance. I would say that the year 2 characters, they feel simple because they actually have like a fluid QTE to QTE rotation, very reminiscent of like early part 1, if that makes sense. You know, like, we're gonna go character 1, QTE to character 2, do the thing. Character 3, QTE, do the thing. So some of the recent teams in the current Astral Ring setup have felt a little bit more natural. Which is what the Lantern MA fight, for example, right? It feels like I came home and I'm playing an old part 1 team. Like, I know how I need to open, and then I just follow the QTEs, right? I QTE in, do a combo, QTE to the next character, do a combo, get to Songchue. No, I get to Susang, and then, you know, yes, it is a lot of weapon spamming, but it you know, build meter, spend meter. So in that regard, it's like a spiritual successor to old school part 1, right? Like 2018, 2019 part 1. It's definitely faster paced than what year 1 used to be. I would say maybe it's actually closer to like 2020, 2021 style. But in my mind, it's like there's a rhythm and a flow that I haven't felt in a while. With the way, you know, like the rotation goes. And it was weird. I felt like Susang was like, for out of all the part 2 characters, she felt the most natural to just pick up and play. Far less technical before part 2. So during the Flame Chaser arc, I think what they did was the floor was lowered, but the ceiling was higher. Pardo, for example. Pardo, if you followed the tutorial rotation, you could get a lot of results if you were a new player, if you just followed the standard, quote-unquote, standard rotation. But if you were a high-level player, you know, you're, like, juggling Newt refreshes and Turgenev refreshes and Mayhem refreshes. Like, that was really technical, really annoying, but very high-performing results. So I think what they did back then, you know, during the Flame Chaser arc, was really hit a sweet spot of made it, you know, very lower floor for new players while still maintaining a lot of high skill ceiling. You know, there was really good decision making available. While being somewhat free-to-play friendly, you know? I think the upside, too, was that a lot of those SP A-rank characters from that time period, they were just overall more accessible for newer players, right? You didn't have to spend... Yeah, I feel like Rebirth was kind of in a different situation where she enabled different things from previous versions of an Impair, but I feel like we mentioned before, right? Her overall release had different elements of clunkiness to it. Pardo is at the high end, but remember when we played Pardo on the beta and we played Pardo on the special stream? She was so easy to do a lot of things if you just followed the tutorial style combo. We're gonna get in, do one color, switch, weapon switch, do the next combo, and then do the joint attack follow-up, you know, the weapon follow-up, and get the freeze, and then we're gonna just rotate onto the next QTE. It was just really easy, right? Easy sequencing, easy results, and for, you know, 80-90% of the player base, that was more than enough. Good enough for Red Lotus, you know? Same thing with Eden, right? Eden had, like, a lot of high technical, like, quick swap style stuff with Turg and Newts. But if you just played Eden, the tutorial rotation, it was very, very smooth sailing. King of Sponges. I think right now my struggle with Susang is like knowing when I need to use the charge attack and when I need to switch to just pure weapon spam. Which in this particular case, it's like, well, yeah, if I'm in burst, in astral burst, I just spam weapon, and then that's kind of goofy. I agree, that's kind of goofy. But But I do feel like the, you know, Kiana, Dudu, and Susang, they feel way better to play as far as Part 2 goes, compared to previous Part 2 characters. I think even Vita I'm getting a little bit tired of, because, like, Vita's animations are so, like, sluggish. And I definitely fall asleep when I'm playing Lantern. Especially those, like, late nights where I'm like, I gotta get my Abyss side stages in. What was it? That last Abyss where we were trying to play, like, old school trio for that one bottom side stage? Oh my god. Trying to play that when you're drowsy, it's worse than trying to play Honkai 3rd drunk. It's so sad. You guys want to gamble? Damn. I was hoping for 800. But yeah, I think this MA cycle, I just felt like the Lantern fight just made a lot of sense, right? I could just, you know, like, pop in, I know I need to switch characters so that I can do a weapon, and then QTE to Kiana, tap weapon, maybe ult, and then QTE Sontre, you know, combo. QTE back to Susang and just, you know, wham, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. The one part about Susang, new Susang, that kind of confuses me is, like, what are the conditions that cause her weapon spam to drop? And then I'm forced to, like, that part I still don't understand. Because I think the first couple of times I did the fight, once we entered into the transition, you know, if you weapon spam, you just have, like, high hit count. You can delete those hit count shields. But sometimes, like, my weapon spam would drop and then I couldn't do anything. It was just really weird. But yeah, it did have that, like, part 1 feeling like, okay, now I know we're in the phase where, alright, we're gonna do a quick setup, and we're gonna go ham, right? In part 1, it would have been like, alright, we're gonna line up all our buffs, and then we're gonna do the thing on the main character. But now it's like, okay, we just hit the Astral Ring button. Hersher of Sentience was very technical. Because, you know, were you around Sakusuke when Fragile was playing with us? Okay, yeah. HOS was very, very technical. AE was super technical too, right? There was, like, a ton of stuff with animation cancels and, like, combo weaving. HT got super technical after Seven Thunders was released. All the fuhuas. Yeah, even vicissitude. Even vicissitude was like there was like insane different ways to route your basics and dodge evade attacks and combos because and that's what made it fun, right? Because you have more decision making based on how much HP is remaining so that you can optimize for time. And that was Equinox was another great example, right? Equinox in conjunction with Sentience. Prometheus wasn't that technical, but you still needed to pay attention to like your fundamentals, right? Like getting the QTE to proc so that you could do the things that you needed to do on her. Carol had niche technicalities in MA, but I feel like in Abyss, if you were forced to use Carol for like either shield breaking or for main DPS, I think it was a little bit more straightforward. But yeah, Equinox had a lot of decision making available, especially when you were playing at ranks where you couldn't just like I'm just gonna ult and that's gonna kill the core, right? I think back to when I was playing Equinox S0 with Sentience, and Fragile would say like, "Hey, you need to route your charge attacks this way, and you have to do it within the buff time. So you have to be clean on the inputs in order to get enough damage to push the next threshold or the next SP pack." Things like that. Raven, you were forced to be technical because of the limitations of her SP design, right? Like her SP farming kind of sucked, so you had to be clean on your SP farming if you were in a mobbing window, or like, you know, you had to do like one or two things on a fight, and stupid bow aiming and stuff. PE was before Parter, right? No, PE was after. PE was in the tail end of that year after Flame Chaser arc ended. Because it was like Pardo, it was an S rank, and then it was Eden, right? Oh, after Pardo was Aponia and Eden together. And then after Aponia and Eden together, we were not far from... do we get Griseo? It was Griseo right after that, and then... Vilvi, and then... Hersher of Human Ego. Yeah, it was Flame Chaser was right after Auto Dead. It was the Mobius and Raven patch, right? Mobius spending event patch, because P is before Pardo. Wait, was it before Pardo? Why do I keep thinking it was after? Mobius, Carol, Silverwing. No, because PE, and Rita Ancora were on the same patch. Right? Oh, it was the year before? It was the spring before Pardo? Flame Scion was in the summer. But was Flame Scion the summer before? So Flame Scion was the summer before Elysia. And after Flame Scion was Miss Pink Elf. After Miss Pink Elf was Mobius. Yeah, PE was Colostern. But Colostrum was already after Hersher of Domination, right? Because by that point, Kiana was already Flame Scion. Because at that point, Rita was given the domination powers. P is 5.5. Okay, one patch before Pardo. So I would say Eden. Grisea wasn't high technical. Susanna wasn't high technical, but Susanna was value. Susanna was high value. Hersher Elysia. Hersher Elysia had like small nuances, but it wasn't high technical. Eden, yeah, Elysia is like right in the middle, where it's like not easy, not hard, and if you weren't high ranks, you had small instances where you had to decide if it was worth extending the ult, which most times it wasn't. But there was like probably at the lower difficulties, there might have been like a few windows where extending the ult to the end just to finish to do the cleanup would have been a little bit. Oh, you mean Miss Pink Elf? Yeah. Who do we get for the free character that year after Elysia? Was that Siren? Big Terry had some interesting decision makings too, and the double QTE tech. So Big Terry, I would say, was probably one of the better designed, like, even at base S rank, right? Being able to do double QTE was stupidly insane. Really annoying for me because I just wanted to play the tutorial route, tutorial rotations. Who else? Didn't we get a bunch of SPA ranks? SPA ranks and Misthalin. Misthalin was very straightforward. But I feel like Misthalin, like later on, you know, when we found out the optimal way to do, to maximize the ult before you use your finisher, that was kind of technical. Because sometimes you would actually want to do your basic sequence combo and then save your weapon for the second combo. And then still fit your like 3-hit thing, right? So that took a bit of learning. And of course you have the decision making. Do you want to do your like weapon tap 1-2 or just weapon tap 1-2 ult, or do you want to do weapon tap weapon ult? So I do feel like Misthalin did more than we gave her credit for initially. Chrono Navi had a bit of nuance too, but it was more like, it was really gimmicky, and a lot of the technical nuance was us trying to circumvent some of the gimmicky parts. Aponia was annoying. She was undertuned as an S rank because they were trying to sell the Eden. They were trying to sell Eden with Aponia. The one bit of nuance that Aponia did have was like certain husk fights you had to ult first before combo. even though combo before alt was more damage, you had to catch certain windows, right? And that was the same for the Susang paralyzed fights. It was like very annoying. Yeah, so Chrono Navi again is like low ceiling or low floor but high ceiling, which is kind of the desirable result. Um, I definitely feel like Vil V was also too gimmicky. They were trying to rely on like fast ulting to get multiple collapses. And you know, when Susanna came out, Susanna was just like just way more convenient collapse damage, you know. And it also sucked, right? Like Aponia and Vil V felt like if you had S0, you were playing with an incomplete character. And I heard that FOV S0 feels the same way because you don't have that second evade attack, and it just that never feels good. Um, which is where Big Terry really shined because Big Terry as an S0 character felt complete, feature complete. I felt like the upgraded trio also had a lot of nuance for each of themselves, but they were always kind of overshadowed by like the idea of you had to play them as a set. Yeah, I think playing classic trio before the prion or before the divine key, it was always fun like sneaking in that like doing the extra tap on Hersher of Truth, right? So that you could farm a little bit more SP or the extra one hit on Kiana, just get squeeze out a little bit more damage. I think those little bits were fun, and then like pre-farming on Mei, so that the next rotation you can speed it up. I think those little bits were kind of neat. What else in part 2 though? Yeah, I feel like Kira like low skill floor, medium skill ceiling, right? A lot of times you're fighting the input to go into aiming mode and lining up your refreshes. I think Big Griseo was a little bit too easy. I think Small Griseo, you were fighting inputs again on the bosses that, you know, you relied on her for the bleed trauma a lot. But that being said, like, the Griseo, you know, Griseo HOS Susanna team, it was very fluid to play. It was very smooth to play it. And that felt good, even if it wasn't overly complex. I wish if I shielded twice on Gepard, it would just add the shields together. I think that would be really good. We're gonna be here for a while. Just as a warning. What I feel like is even the non-technical characters fit into a team that was technical. And I feel like early on in part 2, we didn't respect the technicality of those teams for part 2. But I definitely, like, when I have to play a Thelema main, you know, a Thelema leader or Lantern leader, I do start to feel it a little bit. Because it's like, yeah, the damage rotation is straightforward, so, like, what can I do to minimize the times where, like, I have downtime or the times where I miss, you know? Like, fighting tank with Lantern was like, I have to make sure I use my combo sequencing properly. You know, like, okay, do I have enough SP on Senadina to farm that free chip damage ult and not, like, mess up my breach refresh on the next rotation? Think Susong is too straightforward? Well, see, here's the thing, right? I feel like Susong... Does Susong get a benefit from doing her, like, finisher before ulting? Because that was something I noticed in the last Abyss, when we were playing Abyss last night. It was like, man, if I'm rushing to beat a timer, I can ult first before spamming that, like, if I charge attack into ult before spamming the finisher, I can save a little bit of time. I think the thing for me right now with Susong is, like, I gotta figure out what that condition is that causes me to drop combo. Or drop the weapon active. Puts whatever it is that puts weapon on cooldown where I can't just keep spamming weapon. I think that ring is the one that's unlocking on the next patch. Or the patch after next. I don't know, I feel, like I said, I don't like playing her with Vil V. I feel like Vil V feels a lot out of place now in teams where she's support. But when I did the Lantern fight, Susang, Dudu, Song Chue, it felt very fluid. In a good way. Like, you remember old school, like, we're gonna QTE to QTE to QTE, and then we're gonna rinse and repeat until we have ult. And then we're gonna do it again, but with ults this time. That's what Susang kind of reminded me of. But trying to play Vil V versus Rita without the appropriate ranks felt not that good. I spent like 2 tries on that before I realized, oh, everybody doing this has like double S Vita and double S Kiana. Yeah, I feel like that's definitely true, because of the way her hoverboard interacts. But sometimes that's a little bit annoying too, right? Like sometimes you just want to get into a fight, you just want to go into a boss fight, and you just want to slam, right? You don't want to have to read through the entire 5-paragraph, not the 5-paragraph essay, but the entire dissertation thesis in the skill descriptions of all these Part 2 characters. Sometimes you just want to go and load into a level and slam. And that was kind of the nice part about like some of the later Part 1 characters, where like you kind of had an idea of the formula. Like, okay, their charge attack is what I'm going to be looking for on these SPA ranks. You know, charger combo. What I'm going to be looking for. That's going to be the big SP regen and, you know, buff, debuff thing. And then we're just going to stack ults and go ham. That is an insanely big number. Was that 16 million? I feel like Badum Kiana as support feels really good, where like on QTE she just gets a free combo on weapon tap.
我为逝者哀哭，沐雨终将落下。沐雨终将落下。
在此起舞吧。不行，
生命
巨巫除圣。
我为逝者哀哭，沐雨终将落下。又多了一份血债。
Oh, you mean PE? Yeah, no, PE had so much depth. Because in addition to what you described, there was also like the routing, right? Like, do I need horse charge on this rotation? In this particular phase? Do I need the horse charge or do I need to just shield slam ground combo? Do I even need to grab on this phase, right? Like, okay, yes. First phase, I need to do the whole works, right? Horse charge, grab, shield slam, ground combo, and ult. Next phase, you know, just only 2 of the 3. And there was a lot of fun decision making in that. And making sure you still had enough SP on the rest of the team. And that's kind of where, like, those were the teams where, like, okay, maybe Prometheus or Griseo wasn't that hard as an individual character, but in the context of that whole team, you know, sometimes you ended up farming more QTEs on Griseo just to feed the whole team SP. What a whack run this was. It was harder, but it was also more formulaic. So, like, over time, your understanding of how part 1, like, relates to each other, I think that increased your skill capacity, right? Like, you had a higher skill ceiling to attain to. And I feel like part 2... we're starting to see some more variety now that you have, like, different characters that have, like, two different types of astral rings that they can work in. I think you're starting to see a little bit more of that depth by way of bigger roster. But definitely year 1, part 2 did not feel like it offered that much. Because I feel like when Vita first came out, I was like, oh man, Vita leader teams just felt like amazing. And now that I'm playing Vita in support, I'm like, I don't know if I like Vita as much as a support character. It feels really clunky. But now I feel a lot more comfortable with the Lima and Lantern teams. And early on, I was very much against playing both of them. Because I had no heckin' idea what I was doing, right? Like, what the heck am I doing out here? Although I was grateful that I got S1 Thelema at Luxac, or S2. I Luxacked S2 because I feel like having that extra like full meter on ult just feels really good. It just feels really good, man. So the next expansion doesn't mean your current progress resets, right? The progress only resets once we get to the end of the season. So expansion will maybe raise the cap to 120. Super Helium looks like Firefly with broken armor. Yeah, a little bit. I wish they would let you use consumables in some of the endgame content. Because it feels like such a waste otherwise. Like, why do we even bother? I wish they'd let you use consumables in combat. I think that would be really fun. Like if you using a like an actual turn-based RPG, you use a consumable and that's your turn on that character. Yeah, I don't know if I'll get that far in HSR playing, because I don't particularly enjoy pushing the high thresholds, right? Like, I'm glad that it exists for people with stacked accounts and they want to really, like, test themselves. But I definitely, I feel like that wasn't always what, was fun about Divergent Universe for me. However, before we go to Genshin, we should, check out this Morning Starlight. Is there anything left in Star Rail World? Wow, look at how much... This is like an impossible number for me to even grasp, right? Because this is like... This is a septillion or something like that? Well, draws up a sketch of the mech's model and waits for your suggestion. It should be bigger. Bruh. Day 6. I just AFK'd. I wish I had this much money in real life. $22 septillion. Jeez. Alright, let's go talk to this fellow back here in the space station.
这环绕着鲜花的芬芳， 我们可不可以多歇息一会儿？
Point 3 seconds. I feel like this is actually just a dungeon slice of the simulated universe. Hmm. Who was our HP scalers? All right, we'll just do this. Full auto, hands free.
世间种种，过眼云烟。
Wow, look how little that the healing is doing.
说到做到，
去污除瘆。
万劫不复。柴肉看玉石俱焚，允许你们俯首受众。无极纷争，
钓鱼时间，
万劫不复。
身心清净，世间种种，过眼云烟。
玉石俱焚，万劫不复。
不守规矩，以此为据，你我都无法反悔。
玉石俱焚，允许你们俯首受众。
去污除瘆。
万劫不复。大平万方。
还想继续自讨苦吃？
玉石俱焚，
Do I need to bring an actual dedicated healer and not just an AoE healer?
也是食言的坏孩子。
玉石俱焚，
莫生气。
万劫不
Or does it not matter because he
允许你们
he can't die?
受众。
钓鱼时间，
玉石俱焚，万劫不复。
说到做到，
身心清净，世间种种，过眼云烟。
玉石俱焚，
不守规矩，
天谴。万劫不复。允许你们俯首受众。
钓鱼时间，
玉石俱焚，万劫不复。
去污除瘆。
以此为据，你我都无法反悔。也是食言的坏孩子。
玉石俱焚，
还想继续自讨苦吃？
万劫不复。允许你们俯首受众。玉石俱焚，
身心清净，
万劫不复。
不守规矩，
再接我几招。
不生气。
大平万方。玉石俱焚，
钓鱼时间，
万劫不复。
Wow. Probably wasn't even optimized supports. I see what you mean now. Yeah, I just SS right now with I used Triby and Jade as the supports. I don't think that was the optimal supports. But it worked.
我们无所不能。与你所求。我会记住。
身心清净，拥抱新生吧。世间种种，过眼云烟。暗念同行。愿死亡捍卫你我。去污除瘆，我会记住。
我们无所不能。
Yeah, I think we just got too used to referring to as HMC from last time.
我们能行。
身心清净，
与你所求。
就此标语。
我们无所不能。
去污除瘆，拥抱新生吧。世间种种，过眼云烟。好温暖啊，心。愿死亡捍卫你我。我会记住。身心清净。
与你所求。
拥抱新生吧。愿死亡捍卫你我。去污除瘆，世间种种，过眼云烟。
我会记住。你可以的。我们无所不能。与你所求。
拥抱新生吧。愿死亡
I feel like I could be here all night.
温暖心。就此标语。
Oh, I'm ready to go to bed.
身心清净。
We still got to do a little bit of Genshin. But maybe I'll save Imaginarium Theater for later on. so that I can actually close my eyes, get some good sleep.
拥抱新生吧。愿死亡捍卫你我。我会记住。弃屋除魅。
I think so. I think barrier to entry right now in Honkai 3rd is very high. Is Endless straightforward? A little bit more than Honkai 3rd. Like functionally, if you boil it down, it feels kind of samey to Honkai 3rd, but I think the roles in a team is a little bit more clear-cut.
拥抱新生吧。 愿死亡捍卫你我。
It's more like those action games where you actually have to break the shield or like put the enemy into a stagger state before you do all your damage. You remember when we played Final Fantasy Remake? And like a lot of those fights were like, okay, you have to finish the bar. Or Final Fantasy 16 had it too, but it was like backwards. You have to complete the bar before you can do your big dam. So you have characters that are like buffing your party, but then you have characters whose like whole goal is to fill that bar on the enemy. Oh, dots. Forget, does she do dots? Like any burn? Well, I guess if she breaks, then they get dots, right? Where's Jiao Chill moment? No Jiao Chill moment. But I also feel like the bosses have more like randomness to their moveset in a way that Honkai 3rd had like maybe an early release when you couldn't just one-shot everything, right? I just remember from Zenless, like, if your team isn't fully maxed, trying to farm for mats on, like, you know how Genshin they have your, like, weekly boss fights that you can do 3 of? Time to kill in Zenless feels really bad right now for my account because I don't have everybody fully built. And building characters just feels like a pain in the butt.
该说再见了。
世间种种，过眼云烟。同在，在此起舞吧。
哼，站好了。
恶念之事。
水面下便是无尽深渊。
有点意思。恭喜。
该说再见了。
Yeah, I can imagine Cass just like sneezing on these guys and just obliterate. This also feels like a very, like, if you just brought Acheron and a bunch of dot characters, you would just farm Acheron ult so often. I mean, it just feels like a slap on the face when Black Swan's dot procs. Oh, wasted all. Way to go, auto battle.
世间种种，过眼云烟。
水面下便是无尽深渊。
不知我们见过吗？恭喜！
放轻松。不祥之兆。
前尘。在此起舞吧。
哼。任务失败。美妙的时光总该说再见了。索性都干掉吧。
有福同享。
想了解什么？站好了。记忆，水面下便是无尽深渊。
去污除身，
记住呼吸的感觉。美妙的时光该说再见了。
世间种种，过眼云烟。如今我不会手下留情，离散。放轻松，前尘旧梦，在此起舞吧。
任务失败。
Wow. Okay, I think we'll pause here for tonight for Star Rail. I think this was a good hustle tonight. We got a lot done. I need to switch over to Genshin for like real quick, get those dailies done. I had a good day off today. We went to the comic store. I got some groceries. Got a lot of gaming done today. Feels good, guys. Feels good. And we unboxed the Fuhua statue. The Miethos one. Where they had to skip out on some details because, you know, keep it affordable. Senadina? In the original tutorial team, I would say yes. But it's very long-winded, straightforward. I think once you start incorporating... I feel like her initial Part 2 release team was straightforward because they kind of wanted you to just play the tutorial rotation. But I think not having her be able to be on-fielded for Thelema and the Lantern team was just, like, just poor design. They did. Later on they did, but they fixed it by putting it in the stigmata. But that it just shows like how short-sighted it was early on, right? It wasn't, it was an afterthought in a way. And rather than like directly fixing it, they fixed it through the gear.
元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
うん。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
お父さんとお母さんがこう言ってたんだ。どれだけ忙しくてもお腹が空いたら楽しくたくさん食べなさいって。だから食べ物を何段も重ねてギュッと押しつぶして食べるのが好きなんだ。そうすればすぐお腹いっぱいになれるし、時間も節約できる。うん。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。アゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。超合に影響してしまう。史上最大サイズなんだ。慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。アゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。
果物を育てるにはいろんなことを考えないといけないんだ。いい感じのタイミングで水やりと草むしりをしてあげて、鉱石の粉末で土に栄養を補給してあげて、温度も快適に保ってあげるの。でも
Ah, what an unfortunate turn of events. Alright, guys, I gotta go AFK for a
お
little
父
bit.
さんとお母さんがこう言ってたんだ。
I don't think I can use my dryer for the moment. I'm gonna have to schedule a guy to come get it fixed at some point.
だから食べ物を何段も重ねてギュッと押しつぶして
Unfortunate,
食
but
べ
that
る
means
の
I
が
have
好き
to
なんだ。
grab the drying rack and dry the clothes the old school way.
うん。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。アゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。声が大きいと超合に影響してしまう。慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
道に迷わない能力って天賦の才って言えるかな。
アゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。声が大きいと超合に影響してしまう。慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。史上最大サイズなんだ。
道に迷わない能力って天賦の才って言えるかな。
声が大きいと超合に影響してしまう。慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。 こをほっつき歩いてるんだ。声が大きいと超に影響してしまう。
おう。道に迷わない能力って天賦の才って言えるかな。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドは雇った方がいいぞ。バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。声が大きいと
道に迷わない能力って
最大サイズなんだ。
天賦の才って
もう一度
言えるかな。
お試しください。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドは雇った方がいいぞ。バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。
力っていうのはね、サボってると体から逃げちゃうんだよ。君も一緒にトレーニングどう？
超に影響してしまう。史上最大サイズなんだ。慣れない土地では地元のガイドは雇った方がいいぞ。
道に迷わない能力って天賦の才って言えるかな。
超に影響してしまう。史上最大サイズなんだ。
果物を育てるにはいろんなことを考えないといけないんだ。いい感じのタイミングで水やりと草むしりをしてあげて、鉱石の粉末で土に栄養を補給してあげて、温度も快適に保ってあげるの。でも一番大切なのはやっぱり果物たちの気持ちに寄り添うこと。
天賦の才って言えるかな。
バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。
おう。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドは雇った方がいいぞ。声が大きいと史上最大サイズなんだ。
以上。
バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。慣れない土地では地元のガイドは雇った方がいいぞ。
道に迷わない能力って天賦の才って言えるかな。
声が大きいと超に影響してしまう。バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。慣れない土地では地元のガイドが雇った方がいいぞ。
天賦の才って言えるかな。
バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。
お父さんとお母さんがこう言ってたんだ。
慣れない
どれだけ
土地
急
では雇った方がいいぞ。史上最大サイズなんだ。声が大きいと超に影響してしまう。バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。史上最大サイズなんだ。
道に迷わない能力って
探索に挑戦。
天賦の才って言えるかな。
冒険者の生活はどうやら性に合っているようだ。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。史上最大サイズなんだ。
道に迷わない能力って天 プの際って言えるかな。
バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。
神というのは天上の存在だが、たまには地上を歩き回るべきだな。
最大サイズなんだ。バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。声が大きいと調合に影響してしまう。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
探索に挑戦。冒険者の生活はどうやら性に合っているようだ。
道に迷わない能力って天賦の際って言えるか
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
史上最大サイズなんだ。
以上。
道に迷わない能力って
どこをほっつき歩いてん
天
だ。
賦の際って言えるかな。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
声が大きいと調合に影響してしまう。史上最大サイズなんだ。バゲモはまたどこ。
昆虫は本能的に光を追う
慣れない
が、
土地では
人間も同じだ。
地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
希望という名の光を追っている。
声が大きいと調合に影響してしまう。史上最大サイズなんだ。バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
天賦の際って言えるかな。
調合に影響してしまう。史上最大サイズなんだ。
以上。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。
道に迷わない能力って天賦の際って言えるかな。
声が大きいと調合に影響してしまう。史上最大サイズなんだ。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいい
またど
ぞ。
こをほっつき歩いてんだ。
神というのは天上の存在だが、たまには地上を歩き回るべきだな。
調合に影響してしまう。
道に迷わない能力って天賦の際って言えるかな。
最大サイズなんだ。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。声が大きいと調合に影響してしまう。
道に迷わない能力って天賦の際って
史上
言えるかな。
最大サイズなんだ。バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。
以上。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
声が大きいと調合に影響してしまう。最大サイズなんだ。バゲモはまたどこをほっつき歩いてんだ。
慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。 のガイドは雇った方がいいぞ。慣れない土地では地元のガイドは雇った方がいいぞ。
探索に挑戦。ふん。冒険者の生活はどうやら性に合っているようだ。神というのは天上の存在だが、たまには地上を歩き回るべきだな。
地元のガイドは雇った方がいいぞ。
道に迷わない能力って天賦の才って言えるかい？
Alright. Let's see here.
昆虫はほんの
That's crazy. You can see where the skybox was broken. And that's kind of like the inside of the volcano. Alright, sounds good, Nefer. I still have to AFK just a little longer. Oh boy.
っけ。
はっはっ。
どよめく進学。
聞け太陽の方向を。
I don't understand for Nautilon why they start this whole region with like, hey, the Saurians are your friends, but then you still have to farm them for mats. I think that's one of the weirdest decisions.
これ食べられるかな。
止める勇気はあるか。
オッケー。よっ、響け格のね。
石煙に葬られよ。はっせやはっ
頭突き
アクセル全開。はあ
来たよ。最低。
どよめく進学。
ドーン。そりゃ突撃。
燃えよ。
行くよ。は
聞け太陽の炎を。知れ加速するぞ。
分け山の地。
近づかないで。頭突き奥義ヒーローキック突撃。
石煙に葬られよ。知れ止める勇気はあるか。冒険の褒美だな。いい記念となる。
私行くよ。
変わろう。
頭突き急げもう力が出ない。
烈日よ、私に従え。 悪くない品だ。気に入った。アクセル全開。神というのは天上の存在だが、たまには地上を歩き回るべきだな。昆虫は本能的に光を追うが、人間も同じだ。希望という名の光を追っている。冒険の褒美だな。いい記念となる。 聞け太陽の方向を。
オッケー。待ち伏せは、いないね。うちが見張っててあげるから安心して。
I wish this dialogue was recorded somewhere. Actually, is it recorded in the archive? Is there no way to reset the
よし行くぞ
the Oh, it lets me walk on water. Or through the phlogiston. Oh, neat. Checkpoint. Nice.
ガイドが脱落するなんて。
Man, some of these side quests have like some of the deepest lore. There's nothing, and it's like, man, I wish these requests were voiced. I wish there was more effort made in like the delivery of these quests, because some of these quest lines are like better than the Archon quest, but you don't get the full production value on them. Man, this is so epic. One lord survives to present day. Huh, I wonder. I think this is like one of the craziest things, where you can see beyond the skybox.
気はあるか？
遅刻遅刻。吹き飛べ。ドリフト。ヒュー。見ててよ。ジャスティス。くらえ。
アクセル全開。
それ。待ち伏せは
変わろう。加速するぞ。
Oh, that's right. We did this yesterday morning. That was close.
いいものザックザク。うちにもちょうだい。冗談だってば。あんたが持ってていいよ。
アクセル全開。悪くない品だ。気に入った。止める勇気はあるか。ふっそれやっ。やっ。加速するぞ。頭上を焼き尽くす。はっ。 切実よ、私に従え。
遅刻遅刻。ほっふっほっ。これ食べられるかな。急げー。あ、ん？地面から生えてきたの？それ。いや。はっ。時間が。ドーン行くよ。急げー。
Now I gotta find where this dragon's head is, I think.
ん？急げー。ドーン。急げー。これ食べられるかな。遅刻遅刻。急げー。あ、うふふ。これ食べられるかな。
Oh, Terrence, was I in Star Rail still? I thought, man. Thank you, Terrence. I was having too much fun exploring. But we're about done here. I need to go to sleep soon.
キラしてる。
Alright, I think we'll wrap it up here. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I think I'm gonna watch some anime maybe and continue to figure out a way to dry my clothes. I might have to get some string and start a clothesline.
力っていうのはね、サボってると体から逃げちゃうんだよ。君も一緒にトレーニングどう？
慣れないとしては地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
Alright. Thanks all. I'll see you next time. Take care. GG's.